trying out a new flavor of tea today, so let's hope it doesn't taste awful. Hey Barrick, hey Mystic, hey Squiggles, hey Luna, how are y'all doing? Hope I didn't miss anybody. How is everybody? Oh, come on. This setup needs work, honestly. Oh, I'm not here. I'm gone. Had to refresh because Twitch thought you'd put up with 16 minutes of ads. Huh. I'm looking up to the sky. There we go. It's the Ace Attorney tax barrack. No weekend for you, but you're getting a promotion? Nice. I've got some different tea than usual. Instead of having peppermint tea, I have spearmint tea this time. Or I guess it's I think the actual flavor is like Moroccan mint, but it's spearmint. I'm hoping that it tastes good. My batch of peppermint tea that I've got is old and it tastes awful, so I assume something went wrong with it. Why am I trying to safety save immediately? I want to say that it's this. We really did end it off in a weird spot last time, didn't we? This one. This piece of evidence tells us who the third party is. Are you sure about that, Mr. Wright? It sounds to me like you're an idiot. Well, I am an idiot, sir, but that's beside the point. Ah, yes. I suppose this evidence does clearly demonstrate one thing. The fact that you're lowlier than the lowliest of worms, that is. And a lawyer like you cannot worm your way out of this one, Defense. Talk about opening up a can of worms. Magistrate, I'd like to present another piece of evidence. Well, it seems the worm is not without a spine. Very well, what other evidence do you have for us today? Is it... It could be this. Because we're trying to prove that there was a third person at the thing. It could also be the bloodstained letter.
Take that!
3 days before the purification rite. The victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. Hi, Rosie. You did? Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. Yo, thank you for gifting a sub, Squiggles. The letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Barrick, you can use the Maddie Jam emote now. You can do it. You're supposed to send that letter. A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace. I don't understand. I'd heard the Lady Kira that's been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the High Priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the High Priest had secretly been a rebel? High Priest? He couldn't possibly have been a rebel. The High Priest, a devout follower of Khurainism, a rebel. Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? I too found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection.
Why does your Okay, I swear they reused a Simon Blackwell objection for that. It sounds like Blackwell. The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the High Priest was a rebel. Your mockery of Khurainism. No. Of the kingdom of Khurain itself knows no bounds. Whoops. Shameless Pulkunan making a mockery of our religion. As a faithful Khurainist, I take issue with these claims. And I am loath to admit them in today's proceedings. I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy, tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya?
Abbot Inmi was a distinguished monk, and very well respected too, so yeah.
Also, give me a sec. Did I just, like, spin? Did I do a rotate for the first time in forever? Maddie, rotate. Ugh, please don't let this turn into an international incident. But fear not, good people of Khurain. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. He was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned toward Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is as yet still in my hands. Random butterfly? No, that's the soul of the deceased. Also, hi Mystic, how are you doing? You missed it. You missed it. He was summoning like spirit butterflies when he was not in this place. How can he be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see? And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. An eyewitness? Very well, let us call this eyewitness to the stand. It's him again. Well now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I've ever had, or I've ever laid eyes upon. Please state her name and occupation. Oh, you know, that so-and-so, whatchamacallit. Anonymous TBD. Anonymous to be decided. Cool. At least that's what they've been calling me. TBD, as in to be determined. Can't you just tell us your real name? What happened to nobody else up there? Yeah, real. The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. That's not how that word is used. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
Objection!
You're letting an amnesiac testify? It wouldn't be the first time you've cross-examined an amnesiac witness, Mr. Wright. Have no fear. I've already questioned him at length. He's doing a dog shadow puppet? No, he's throwing up gang signs. While it is true, whoops, I went into Phoenix voice. While it is true he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Immis. Yeah, Immis. Objection, Your Majesty. The prosecution is a cringe-ass nay-nay baby. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Immis, please tell us what you saw. I still think that the guy's wife killed him. That night I was up at the top of Mount Pony, next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. Oh my god, your mouth is fucking huge. There's no way you saw Miss Faye stab the victim with a dagger.
I swear I don't know what he's talking about. Or I don't remember at any rate.
Mount Pony Pony. Beautiful mountain that's also known as the Little Sanctum. Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer. It must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. His mouth is as big as Athena's. No, Athena's mouth doesn't open that big. Bro is built like a fucking mega glalie. Mr. Inmus, I was wondering. Did you bring me my appy sauce? What can I do you for? Get me appy sauce. Obviously. The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where the clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Yeah, exactly. There's a curtain around it. Good point. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Immis? The day of the rite, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day.
Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day?
Yeah, let's take a look. It does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? Hey, told you so. Okay, so this guy is totally the escaped inmate, right? Well, it would appear that the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Immis, I too have a question for you. Didn't you already question the witness? Oh, that's what I'm here for, right? How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Nice. Maya's outfit's very cute. Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. And it's horribly inefficient. Ah, I thought as much. Hold it! Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case? Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held? Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one? Or do you want to go back to the dominoes that you used to work at? I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes. After your soul writhes for centuries in the pits of hell. You shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin, with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now, pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what action she took. You are saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct? Yes. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen using a reverse grip. Okay, I do gotta say, That's actually not a bad explanation. Like, I was fully expecting this bit to be bullshit. That's actually a pretty solid, like, idea for how that could have happened. Like, I know that it's not how that happened, but that's a solid, like, way to work around the way that the seance showed him dying. Like, I don't know, I'm very impressed at how concretely that locks together. Because sometimes Ace Attorney gets very... caught up in the moment-to-moment bits of stuff occasionally. And so sometimes it loses a piece, sometimes, that should contradict what the prosecution's saying. It's part of the big issue with fucking Turnabout Gas Leak. What? Thus, Mr. Inmus's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. Ha ha ha! And it coincides with her benevolence's insights as well. This is a disaster. I thought I'd blown these insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. I wouldn't say contrived, I would say, like, it's very smartly working around the limitations they've placed on themselves. That night I was up on the top of Mount Pony Pony, mountain next to the Inner Sanctum.
Hold it!
Clearly Maya's a Ventus stan. Yeah. Honestly, like, here's the thing. Reverse grips are almost exclusively useless. Like, there are very few things that you can actually make use of a reverse grip properly with. However, they do look cool. Are you sure you're not mistaken, Mr. Inmus? Was it really Mount Pony Pony that you climbed? I'm sure of it. It was really Pony Pony-ish mountain. Or it was a really Pony Pony-ish mountain. What does that even mean? You know, now that I think about it, it was a mighty fine view. I hate crowds. I climbed up there to pray in peace.
Hold it!
That can make sense on daggers. Yeah, daggers are one of the few things that it actually works with. Daggers are pretty good with it. Tonfas as well. You use primarily in a almost reverse grip. If you hate crowds, why bother climbing to the top? Wouldn't you have just as easily prayed at the bottom of Mount Pony Pony? Wrong, bucko. This is a once a year epic event. I wanted to pray as close to the actual thing as possible. You're so gung-ho about it. Why didn't you go pray at the Plaza of Devotion? Like I said, I hate crowds. I wanted to pray in peace. Oh, Holy Mother, why do I only get the annoying ones? Does make sense. The reason it makes no sense still has to do with the fact that he ran into the water to go get stabbed. Yeah. And we still haven't explained how he saw the Lady Kira that was there. My burning faith demanded that I climb up the mountain closest to the Inner Sanctum. Also, I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around...
Hold it!
Since nobody was around... But there's nobody who can corroborate your actions either. Hey, hell, you're exactly right. Or in that case, Mr. Inmus, let me ask you this. Was there a reason you didn't want to be seen? About that. If you get caught climbing the surrounding mountains on the day of the rite, you can get in big, big trouble. That's it? Yeah, it's totally embarrassing getting yelled at when you're a grown-up. Yeah, you're a real grown-up, all right. Since nobody was around, I lost all inhibition and... I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum.
Hold it!
I'm not entirely sure that I like this tea. It's not bad, but it's not quite how I would like it. You had a pair of binoculars with you. That's pretty convenient. You weren't planning to spy on the right all along, were you? Actually, I just happened to have him for birdwatching. Birdwatching, huh? I see.
You're not gonna keep pressing him on this?
He's sketchy as heck, but I don't really have anything I can sink my teeth into yet.
Oh, okay then.
I love the great outdoors. That's just the kind of guy I am. Or bird watching, yeah. I called Anonymous TBD.
He's really starting to get on my nerves.
As I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't believe what was unfolding before me. And that's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. Okay, so there are multiple issues with this.
Hold it!
Did you really see what you say you did? You saying I'm lying about this? Well, I'm not. It's etched permanently in this old noggin.
But I didn't do what you say I did. I didn't even get a chance to touch the dagger on the day of the rite.
What do you know? What do I know of that? All I know is what I saw. I never even seen you before in my life. Possible reason could I have to lie? Ugh. Didn't expect there to be any witnesses way up there.
But I don't remember doing that at all.
I know. I have a feeling the witness is lying. There has to be an inconsistency somewhere in his testimony. I should take another look at the court record. It's the fucking wall. The real question is, what do I have to present this against?
Objection!
Is something the matter? Yes, Your Honor. I just didn't present it at the right thing.
Objection!
Okay. Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. What? You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you? Not at all, Mr. Inmus. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. His testimony, you say? Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. Why, yes, I believe you're right. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Mr. Inmus, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court? You got me. The witness will lower his voice. I didn't actually see the accused herself. Didn't actually see the accused herself. What's that supposed to mean? Let me set the record straight, I beg ya. His voice has changed. Wow, there was no dialogue between those two. witness testimonies. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. Figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. It's just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused, reverse gripping that dagger. Shadows. That's what you saw? That's right. I can see what was going on by the shadows projected on the ritual curtain. Future Mr. Inmus, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start. Give me my main man, Mr. Magister. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony. You have to be kidding me.
Well, what are we gonna do now, Nick?
All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual rite and what Mr. Inmus says he saw. Now then, the defense may cross-examine this witness once more. Okay. So what you saw were simply shadows. That's right. Those shadow figures on that bright white curtain. They showed through as plain as day. They could see everything that happened. Night of the Moiter. But Miss Faye and Abbot Inmee were at the top of the mountain, late at night, sharing some chicken nuggets. Right, Maya?
Yeah, Abbot Inmee isn't really a big fan of chicken nuggets, though, so I was the one who ate most of them.
The only light up there was coming from our small lantern, or from 4 small lanterns, not our. I wasn't up there, I promise. How could the shadows have been projected that clearly onto the curtain? No wonder people harp on you lawyers. You're always so dang skeptical. Lanterns weren't the only sources of light, you know? Yeah, go get you some food, Mystic. Figures are created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night.
Hold it!
You claim to have seen shadowy figures that were projected on the ritual curtain. But did you really see them, Mr. Inmus? Of course I did. Bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain, clear as day. It was like watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat on Mount Pony Pony. Guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night?
I remember there weren't any clouds, and that the moon was definitely out. But I don't remember if it could cast any shadows.
Okay, thanks. Can't deny that the moon was really bright, which means it's possible that it was bright enough to cause shadows to appear. I remember it just like it happened. Okay, so... Wow, this is only 3 statements long. This has got to be one of the shortest witness testimonies just ever. Okay, so I'm 90% sure that the issue with this is that the ritual says that it's to be done while the moon is directly overhead. Purification Rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony, which means that the shadows that were being cast shouldn't have been cast in a direction that he should be able to see from. At least that's what I'm thinking of.
Objection!
You saw the silhouettes projected by the moonlight. Wrong. Die. Sorry, but that's just not possible. Death penalty. What do you mean? Is it not possible that it was totally possible? It's impossible. I think I'm gonna need to Logicalese translation on that. Let's take a look at this rights guide, shall we, Mr. Inmus? Or Immis? It feels like it should be Inmus, but it's a non-Immis. Why can't we just call him Anon? The rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. Dude. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Immis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, Holy Mother! That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on the curtain, and should go back to working at that Domino's that Nalyuta used to work out. Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw? I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures that Mr. Inmus claims to have seen. Not Inmus. Who the fuck is Mr. Inmus, Mr. Wright? But I did see those silhouettes, really? Sorry, I need hydration.
But how could he, Nick?
Maybe he was someplace where they were visible. Wait, don't tell me. Your Majesty, if Mr. Immus really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new light to, fact to light. And that would be, a brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Immus really did see those shadows is he was somewhere else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Dude. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadowy figures, naturally. Oh my god, is that actually his name? Is that Eustace Winter's name? Wait, is that his dad's name, Mystic, in the new translation? Instead of Blaze? His name is fucking Excelsius? That's awesome. I know, I never played the Investigations games. I just know them by their fan translation names for the most part.
Wait, you mean...
None of the mountains to the east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Immus was at the time of the murder. The High Priest's home. Metal Gear Excelsis. Mr. Immus was at the inner sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. God, I gotta play the Metal Gear games. I wonder if they're on sale for the Steam sale. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Hoo-ha!
Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that.
But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? Horace Knightley's name is Bronco Knight. I really like... I know that I didn't like, Eustace Winter at the start, but, like, it's kind of grown on me. I still definitely think that Sebastian de Best is, like, a better name. But I think Eustace Winter kind of grew on me because it's, like, a double pun. They are 30 to 40% off. What was the fan translation name of the judge is, Justine Courtney, I believe. And the official translation is Verity Gavel. Fuck. Raymond Shields was like Eddie Fender, right? I have the investigations collection. We just haven't gotten to them yet because I wanted to play this one before we got to it. Wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? The third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Sadmati would rather not touch right now. Ah, you mean... That's right. This witness was at the scene of the crime. Which means that he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. Guge? What?
Objection.
He's got a big... Wait, he literally... Does he have the murder weapon on his back currently? He's got a big fucking knife on his back. No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. And the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that sacred space? Climbing the side of the mountain? Oh, must have... I haven't thought that far ahead. Now, Yuta, do you want to play Super Mario Kart with me? Like, the SNES game? The sanctum has sheer cliffs on 3 sides, and a steep towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs. Thank you for the hydrate, Rosie. His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Immus was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility. Is that not right? Right. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No, sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't.
Hold it!
Then, what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane!
I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness.
See, he's got a big, like... He's got a big knife on his back. Peace, peace, I say. This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. Just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Immus.
I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis, boom, bah. Fight, fight, Phoenix Wright. Just look at the accused. Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know.
She's got some nerve for a criminal. That lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. Tabby Lloyd? That's awesome, actually. I like that one. appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty.
Phoenix. Phoenix, I need you to understand. I will not be contained. That woman who slandered you? Dead. Already. Look in there. She's gone. Sent to the Twilight Realm immediately. With my mind, Nick. I fed her to the Mascara Beast.
We're bringing the Mascara Beast over here. I wasn't the bad guy before. I definitely am now. Now, Mr. Immus, would you like to think back carefully? Or I would like you to think back carefully. Before you testify next about where you were that night. You know, that's actually really funny, Rosie, because this place is a matriarchy. It's the opposite of a patriarchy here. Maya will commit murder to prove she is innocent of murder, yeah. I was never at the Inner Sanctum, I tell ya. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the Inner Sanctum like he claims, but... Now will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness? Judy Bound? Judy Bound? Okay. I like that one too. Yeah, I'd like to see you explain how he got up there. Mr. Wright, not time to end these cross-examinations. A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. Bryanism is the strictest religion ever. Yeah, don't worry, Phoenix, I'm right there with you. I have no respect for this. And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. Plus the 5 they started with. 700 million years.
Sure. What's another 200 million, give or take?
It's a big deal to me. Can't keep saying that the witness was there at the Inner Sanctum. I can't prove it. Problem is, how am I gonna do that?
Hold it!
Are you sure you weren't there? All I'm sure of is that you're deeply skeptical. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are all lawyers always like this? Most certainly. They always try to pin crimes on innocent witnesses without any proof whatsoever. They're no better than bacteria or viruses. Yikes. You mean it's contagious? He's gonna give me lawyeritis. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Ew, that was a close one. You almost put me there at the scene of the crime when I wasn't even there. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory.
Hold it!
You just said your memory was fuzzy. I sure did. What's the big deal? I'll tell you what. Your testimony isn't very credible if your memory of the events is fuzzy. Oh, no worries there. My memory may be fuzzy, but I'm very clear on one thing. Here we go again. God. I have the big eepee. I had Pine and Spoods over. Pine was in town, so we went out and got pizza. God, I was gonna check how much buying like lapel microphones would cost me, because I want to do God, lapel microphones would actually be super helpful for this. My memory of that night is very clear. That's why my testimony for that night has changed 4 times. Lapel? Yeah, lapel. Like a lapel, like your collar. Lapel? It's not pronounced as lapel. It's a lapel. If you ask me whether or not I remember what I did that night, I say I do. In short, you're confident that your testimony is true. But yeah, I need I want to look into getting some of those, because I realized that I kind of need some to do like I need like podcast microphones for Pine, Spoods, and I to do Triforce Heroes and like Four Swords. And I also need them. It would also be helpful for this setup so that I don't have to have my stuff in a weird spot. And it would also be helpful when I eventually drag my dad into playing Baldur's Gate with me. Is that correct, Mr. Amos? Exactly. Guess you don't get to be a judge for nothing. In closing, I can clearly say I was totally not there. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place.
Hold it!
Wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the Inner Sanctum. If you have something to say, just say it. Wouldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is. Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us. I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. I'm gonna reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the Inner Sanctum without attracting any attention, he fell from the sky. He fell from the sky. Maybe you fell from the sky? Larry thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, Defense, let's hear it. Mr. Amos could have, parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. Now that you've been backed into a corner, your delusions grow ever more delusional. The Inner Sanctum is only a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff, over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind is. Even I couldn't have made that jump. Wait, what's this building on top of the Sacred Mountain? That is Royal Penitentiary number 4. Oh right, Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get up there? Yeah, how do you get your prisoners up there anyway? By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He is the only one who can approve flights that pass over the Inner Sanctum. Might I also add, Defense, that no parachute or other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found. Yeah, this is what my theory was, is that the, these are all tied together. He made a cloth parachute, is what my guess would be with this. And he is the escaped convict that's here. And that no parachute or other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found. You saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. MS. It's not like I can fly through the air either. I want to present the...
Hold it!
You wouldn't need to flap your arms if you had some gear. As I have already stated, nothing of the sort was found in or around the scene of the crime. Haha. I'd sure like to see some of that so-called gear you're talking about. I know. Was there really nothing like that at the Inner Sanctum? There was something that could have been used as a parachute. Should give the evidence another look. Okay. You continue to claim that the witness was at the Inner Sanctum. Yet said claim still remain, or shall still remain but a claim without supporting evidence, Mr. Wright. Yes, I realize that, Your Majesty. I can't find any inconsistencies. I guess I can always try to elicit some more testimony.
Objection!
Mr. Immis is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well now, finally come around, have you? Now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the Inner Sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? Overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they've been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that can also function like a parachute. I don't know that that's how that works necessarily, but... Pulkunga. The people of Khura'in are so used to seeing prayer flags. The police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the Inner Sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Immis? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Immis? Well, this talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the Inner Sanctum after all. Parachute. Oh, what did Nayuta just say? He just growled. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night.
You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all.
Thanks? Mr. Immis. You were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this, oh yeah. I was only there at the Inner Sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly. That thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? You telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material? It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. Hi Zoe, how are you doing? I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. And something happened that forced me to land near the inner sanctum. So you just so happened to land there? You expect me to believe that? Now, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed. And certainly warrants further explication. Multiplication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Explication is a word, apparently. This is the third thing this guy's testified about. That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. Just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. Accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. The landing had banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. I've been head pat. You see, I ended up in the inner sanctum purely by accident. Mr. Immus, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such slipshod testimony, and you'll be cast into the hell of hangnails. Ugh. I've been bonked. Why have I been bonked? I don't know. Actually, did that work? It did work. Where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. Ooh, I think I'll pass on that. Looks like that caught Prosecutor Sadmati off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. This is my chance to rip out his hangnails. Squeezes the Zoe. Chat, we've got 4 more days until Xenoblade X Definitive Edition comes out. I might genuinely take a break from Ace Attorney and play Xenoblade X. I'm so fucking excited about that. Like, I'm so excited.
Hold it!
We gotta squeeze Zoe's hat. You were enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider, and still no Monhun. Okay, I am actually at a point where I could totally do some Monhun streams. I just need to make sure that it actually works with my OBS and doesn't immediately die like I've heard some people say it does. You didn't go to pray. Proud Kurainis like me can pray anywhere, even while flying through the sky. But I wouldn't recommend you try it. You're bound to end up dead.
A paraglider? I didn't see anything like that.
That's because the ritual curtain blocked your view. You should have seen me majestically soaring through these between the mountains. Nice, Zoe. Or not Zoe. Wow, brain. I'm sorry, Rosie. My brain was looking at Zoe's message 2 messages above yours, Rosie, and my brain was just like, Zoe, yes, that is the name I need to say.
Really? What do you think, Nick?
Don't ask me. I was really enjoying that flight. Skylord Rosie. First, anyway. Just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, okay. Something terrible happened. Exactly. And when I say terrible, I mean terrible. What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony Pony? What was it again? Miss Zoe? Wait, you don't remember? Let's just say it was terrible. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the Inner Sanctum. Oh, whoops.
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had? Good question. Now, what was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was the wind. Not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind. Made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control. Yeah, you got that right. The wind was strong enough to make me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make him lose control. Okay then, please add that to your testimony.
Hold it!
Had the wind been blowing the whole time around the mountains? Yep, just the right amount of wind for paragliding. That sudden gale force wind was a real shocker. I see. A decent wind had been blowing until then. Right. Paraglider's not much use without a decent wind. Isn't a paraglider's whole deal that it's just, you're just supposed to keep going forward, basically?
Hold it!
Where at the Inner Sanctum did you land? That's easy, where the paraglider ended up. Guess that makes sense. So outside the ritual curtain, on the side where the moonlight shadows were cast. But right as I landed, I hit my head on a rock. I lost both my consciousness and my memory. Something's seriously wrong with this guy. See, I'm still suspicious of Believe in Me. His testimony's like a moving target.
Okay, Nick. Time for some evidence. You know, really grab him by the scruff of his neck.
One thing at a time, Maya. First, I have to find an inconsistency. Where's this constantly changing testimony? Or where there's constantly changing testimony? Bound to be discrepancies and other issues.
Hold it!
I didn't mean to press that again.
Hold it!
You're lucky to be alive after an accident like that. Yeah, I'm just a lucky kind of guy. It's times like these that separate the men from boys. Wow, I'd say you were incredibly lucky. Almost miraculously so. My testimony is whatever it needs to be to convict your client. If you got something to say, just say it. All right, Mr. Imus. It wasn't an accident, was it? You landed at the Inner Sanctum on purpose. What the? No, it was an accident, I'm telling you. We don't even have any proofs. Stop making things up about me. Testimony's like a moving target, yep.
Okay, Nick, kill him.
Calm. clear skies.
Objection!
We have a saying in my country, Mr. Emmis. From one lie sprouts another. We have a saying in my country. Your Honor, League of Legends. Death. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is a blatant lie that you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claimed Gale Force winds caused you to lose control. Music made you lose control. But this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around the Inner Sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. Bulgonka! Why, I do believe it says that. Oh, yeah, why, I do believe it does say that.
From one lie sprouts another, but that makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I kind of made that one up.
For real?
Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw. One that's even more fatal to his cause? More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Immis claims he was flying up around the Inner Sanctum with his paraglider. But it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the Inner Sanctum, so... Mr. Immis, how did you get there, and from where? Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. By process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. I actually really like this pursuit theme. It's definitely not my favorite, but I like it. To reach the Inner Sanctum, Mr. Immis must have launched himself from here.
Take that!
Ooh-ha! Are you insane? That's where he came from. He couldn't have come from below. The only option is from above. So you see, Anon Immis came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. We'll just make it a saying when we get back home. Trust in me.
No, Nick. Trust in me as the victim.
Oh my god. From there, he could have easily reached the Inner Sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Immis, were you the third party at the Inner Sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Ooh-ha! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir. Help me out here.
You did it! You finally left him speechless.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man. Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. Or a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did in fact descend to the Inner Sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. Huh? He didn't even put up a fight this time. That's a bad sign. That's awfully generous of him.
But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anon Imus's true identity.
Oh, his true identity. Sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something. It would seem I'm the only one still in the dark here. Defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous? The witness's true identity is... That's horrible. Oh my god. Former paratrooper of a foreign land. Oh my god. Really? I don't even need to save on that. Is this really him?
Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back?
This isn't going to be very helpful to our case.
Really? Are you sure?
Fortunately, I've got no other choice. That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. A nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison. The precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is Dats Arable, a prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. What? Ah! The witness is an escaped prisoner.
Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail.
That's a rebel. We don't even have his profile. Is it That's a rebel or is it That's horrible? Nope, it's That's a rebel. Okay. I was reading it as That's horrible, but That's a rebel is also multi-purpose pun.
Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the whole time.
Ooh-ha! Didn't think anyone would see through my clever disguise.
But the witness's charade is no longer, or is not all that's been shattered. Is it, Defense?
Boy, do I hate this guy.
Please recall the Defense's own words.
Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? Person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself.
He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira.
Yeah, and what's your point?
What of the witness's true identity?
Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. Oh my god, Nayuta, why are you doing the flashback things? Welcome back with your food, Mystic.
Oh no!
He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels.
No!
Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this.
Ooh-ha. You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel.
When did you get your memory back?
Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. You gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum. But I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside that ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. Big fat lie? Oh, and by the way, long time no see, Yudi. Wait, they know each other?
Your Majesty. This filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell.
Oh yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once. Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yudi? But I haven't. No dogs of the Garen regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Alley-oop.
Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert.
The escaped prisoner escaped again.
The police force has been placed on high alert. You will be caught before long.
An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker.
Really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that, anyway? Well, I can't help but feel that that entire episode was an enormous waste of time.
Your Majesty. Perhaps it was not as great of a waste as you might believe.
What makes you say that, Prosecutor Sadmati?
That's a rebel dropped something as he made his escape from these halls.
Scrap of paper looks awfully familiar.
These appear to be direct orders from Dirk.
From Dirk, the rebel leader. Oh, but we only have a small corner of it. Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before. You have? Scrap of paper that Datz Arable dropped as part of this. Wow, it's incredible how that fits directly over the top of it.
Take that!
And this is... I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Arable dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. Oh my, and just what does it say, Mr. Wright? I can't read Kuraianese. Ah, Prosecutor Sadmati, if you please.
The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well, then. I do not understand.
Well, what does it say?
Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape.
What? That's how he was to escape prison.
So if I were to assume that Mr. Rebel was the one who killed the High Priest, maybe it was because Abbot Inmee tried to thwart his escape plan. Oh, foul lawyer. I am afraid that's simply ludicrous.
Huh? But I didn't say anything. Just read my mind? Phoenix, this is far from the first time that anybody's read your mind.
I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the Rebel's escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Datsa Rebel is not the High Priest's killer.
How can you be so sure?
If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. Datsa Rebel's plan would not have worked without the help of a certain individual.
What do you mean?
I am speaking of Abbot Inmee, of course. Had Datsa Rebel simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that Datsa Rebel was the High Priest's killer.
Ugh. So then you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it.
I am afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom.
How could this be? High Priest, a rebel?
There must be some kind of mistake.
Talk to them.
That's the first time he's done that here.
Let it go and move on. Accept the truth is the only way.
I agree with you about the rebel thing now, yeah. Oh, whoops.
And that goes double for you, Defense. Cease your futile battle now.
And why should I?
Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated Datsa Rebel from our list of suspects, there is only one person that still remains. The accused, Maya Fey.
Hold it!
You've undermined your entire premise, Mr. Sadmati. Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please do explain, Defense. We can't end this trial without looking into... I would say the murder weapon? That's my guess. What about the murder weapon? We haven't found it yet.
What does it matter if it's been found or not? The fact remains that the victim was killed with it by the accused.
I also fail to see how that would be important, Mr. Wright. This, however, is. Don't pay attention to me, Judge. I'm just rolling back time. What about the arrow that was fired into the High Priest's house?
Yeah, it was simply a means to deliver the warning letter to the victim.
That's more or less the same conclusion we came to yesterday. You know, I guess you're right. Oh, then this should be just about as right as well. Fuck off, Mr. Wright. Eat a dick. I delivered a letter to one of my players in D&D via crossbow bolt. Last session we did. That was fun. I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the Seance vision. If that wasn't That's a Rebel, then who was it?
Objection.
I swear to God, if you're just like, it was Maya.
That matter has already been resolved.
Was that message, you're dead, and it was delivered with a nat 20? No, it was a player's, like, former criminal contact, who was trying to get her attention without alerting the rest of her party, fired a crossbow bolt next to the window, in her bedroom in the tavern that they now own. So they fired a crossbow bolt next to the window, and then the bard who was going out to meet the criminal contact tripped down the stairs and alerted literally everybody to her presence, and so they all went as a team to talk with her, and it went fine. It's just, it was really funny because the informant and criminal contact that they were talking to is a very, she's a high level NPC, and so the rest of the party was like trying to stealth, and one of them rolled a 19 on stealth and still got spotted. Really wish to play Dragon Heist to completion at some point. Yeah, it's honestly, we're derailing from Dragon Heist pretty quickly, honestly. Like, we're still doing Dragon Heist, but we're still not past chapter 3. We're still not at, like, the route split.
That matter has already been resolved.
Has? What's he talking about?
It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the Seance vision.
Objection!
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her.
Sakura!
What the? What is this face? I can't do my finger point.
Satura ima o mandomo samashi de tashi nuketare gasei o soro ka?
Ah!
It is time to let it go and move on.
Okay.
Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm.
This hardly seems fair.
It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead?
Besides the water itself, there's nothing but the Warbot statue.
Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbot statue draped in her sacred robes.
No way!
The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision.
Hi, Jaemon. I'm doing alright.
Before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in a reverse grip.
Why would the accused want to do something like that? Or like create a false Lady Kira?
To show it to the victim as he was being slain.
What reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill?
It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself.
Come again?
Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise.
are you saying?
I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme, perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the Seance vision to mislead us. This can't be happening. What a face you're making, Defense. I'm surprised you're taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you are chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy.
Why did we have to flash back to that? Telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all the way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me?
Do you understand now? I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time.
It can't be. This is an outrage. Took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance. Used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder.
No, I did nothing of the sort.
Maya.
Nick, it's not true. I didn't.
Objection!
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint the Sacred Hall.
Indeed, it seems this trial is over.
Hold it!
The defense wished to offer up yet another counter-argument or something. The accused is, is not the killer. And, here's why. Now what do I do? Got nothing. It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. For sure that the rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. Got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sadmati's argument. Damn it, I can't lose now, not like this. Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Wait. Please wait, I'm begging you.
It is time to let it go and move on.
This trial need not be drawn out any longer. Defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty. Ah! Hey, look, we get a redo of this sprite. Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but what is the meaning of this? The body's been found in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty.
What's this?
Body? What happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim. Why, that's Lady Kira's Warbod dagger.
Kira, she's returned from the Twilight Realm once more.
She's come to defeat the rebels.
Peace.
Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found.
I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmati.
Yes.
This dagger bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it.
Well, of course it does.
What?
But
Why would Maya's prints be on it? Cannot believe it, yet it must be true.
Something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati?
There's been at least a couple. There's been a couple times that that's happened, Barrick. This trial has run its course, and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing.
I was?
You claimed that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira.
I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Sadmati? Are you suggesting what I think you are?
I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who's been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused, Miss Maya Fey.
What?
Me?
What? Well, that's a good thing, though.
I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago.
Even Maya's like, wait, I am?
And the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well.
Why, the timing matches perfectly.
But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night,
Objection!
How does that prove anything?
Objection!
it is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there. Mainly to prepare for the purification rite.
Abbot Inmate was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions.
The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing.
No!
If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest.
We're definitely going with it was the wife. Right? Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping a rebel escape after all.
Precisely. That made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So, it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murderers perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey, masquerading as Lady Kira.
Oh my god. She's been here the whole time! Bro! If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe this second murder must be investigated before we can proceed.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with the second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins.
New murder charge on top of a guilty verdict? Seems the defense will live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread.
Come tomorrow. A far more terrible punishment awaits you.
I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. End of game. Pay $20 for DLC of ending. No, this isn't Fire Emblem Fates, Barrick. What do I do now? Can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Yes, this literally just fucking happened, Phoenix.
This trial need not be drawn out any longer. I can see you flashing back to me, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Stop it. This isn't Apollo Justice.
Dual Destiny's fixed this.
The court finds the accused and the defense guilty. Suck a dick, Phoenix.
Mr. Wright,
Albie.
I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Ms. Maya now?
I'm worried about that too. Right now. You know, if we're gonna be convicted and, like, murdered, we're gonna be killed, and we've been let out for another day, why don't we just commit more crimes, Maya? Ooh, I have a great idea for a crime, Maya. Let's go commit regicide. That sounds like a perfect idea, actually. One more thing to report. Yes, shut the why are we flashing back? Right now, I need to focus on the next trial.
The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right?
Oh god, wait, Zealot died as well? At least the jury's still out on that one, so to speak. Two murders are most likely connected. I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder. It might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. I was fully expecting Zealot to be dead. Or not dead, to be a bigger part.
Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you in any way I can.
I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate on his own.
You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa?
Oh, it's you again. The dead lawyer walking. Guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act.
See, she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? You'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act.
I'm in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you, and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess.
So that answers my question.
Have I misunderstood the voice of the Matana yet again? This cannot be.
All I did was defend my client. Can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence.
Oh, Bard's Head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm.
I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial.
What's this? Do you mean to say you've not given up yet?
That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow.
But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy.
Obstinacy is a good word.
Investigate all you want. I care not.
Really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act do something desperate like forge evidence?
What's this?
If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know?
Ugh.
Okay, now to see if she takes the bait.
Yes, I see your point. Barbed Head,
Yes?
I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching.
Huh?
That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course, that's the only explanation.
I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me.
I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I'll not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I'll send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil.
But your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. First, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me?
Of course not. I'm always glad to help. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you.
Now then, scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Hey, Rafa, did you know that I'm a lawyer?
Huh? What's that badge you bear?
It's a sunflower pin. They're quite popular. Oh, is this the same dialogue? Looks like the police have already finished their investigation. Also, this is 100% the wife, right? Like, she ticks all of the boxes because A, she is dressed up as Lady Kira in the past, so she has access to the robes. B, she has access to the house to plant the note. C, she has access to the house so she can forge Maya's fingerprints being on the weapon by putting her hand on it while she's asleep. And see, if she is the Lady Kira, murderer, or not murderer, the one that's been, like, out hunting rebels, she has full motive to kill her own husband. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. Body outline and flowers. Someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? something different about the prayer flags today.
As the High Priest disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the High Priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this.
As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this.
And you can prove this. How?
What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial?
You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled.
Emma?
Hey, Mr. Wright.
Emma!
It's that detective from your country again. It's the princess. You seem displeased that I'm here. Oh, no. Don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya.
It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. I had just done mine.
Mr. Wright.
But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Do you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally.
Gladly. I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, and so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here.
This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does it say here?
The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know, it says at the usual spot, bring the grub, the key too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I've ever seen.
I wonder if it's even a prayer. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. No trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult, considering the position he was in. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. His head bent over like that. The last thing he saw must have been this rug.
It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul.
Strange that there are no bloodstains, though.
And perhaps it was so cold his blood froze. Or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment.
Devout Manx, yeah. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot. What are they called?
They're known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost.
Seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Let's see. How about starting with an overview of what happened?
Sure. The victim is Pure Zealot. He was the High Priest disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up.
So during the High Priest's murder trial.
That's right. Apparently he had been there praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion.
Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes.
This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body.
Oh, wow. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's beach-shaped?
Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer. And when they went over to check on him,
They discovered he was dead, right?
yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the High Priest's body.
Nayuta, you dumb fuck. So how could Maya have done it then? Nayuta, explain.
In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the High Priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the High Priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger.
Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death?
He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was thrust into his upper neck. Here's the autopsy report. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sadmati holds forensics in high regard. Does he? And perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science.
God, Rafa, your voice is killing me.
Still, I suppose it's nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body.
Hi, Maddie, how are you doing? Emma, I think she's actually interested. Do you mind explaining it to her? Tired? Yeah, I feel that.
I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death. But the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long somebody's been dead by measuring their temperature.
Only if you get there within a certain amount of time.
I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed Head, present your forehead now.
What? Why?
You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you're not dead yet.
Of course I'm not.
It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking.
Fail to see the humor in any of this. Are any witnesses? So many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness.
How is that even possible?
Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally.
Alright, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think somebody would have noticed something.
I thought so too, but... with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper neck, or upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything.
Can't believe this.
What you choose to believe is your choice. But the fact remains that there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes.
Ugh. Tell me about the murder weapon.
The killer used the Warbot dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not?
I feel like Rafa's voice has been creeping further and further up, but...
Yes, they were. With such irrefutable evidence, there's no questioning the accused's guilt.
Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot.
What do the police think about this matter?
I had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot.
So you say. But let us now hear what the police think about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who's been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime.
There's no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante.
I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded.
Ugh. Really blew it in court today. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here.
You've not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up?
No, I'm not calling it quits yet.
Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright?
Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating.
What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you're done here, Detective. Otherwise, I'll report you to Prosecutor Sadmati for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright, and good luck.
I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected with this case. You know, you see, here's the thing. Maybe this means that I'm a bad person. But like, there is another way that we could, you know, get Maya out and leave. We have the princess here and a dagger. I'd like Rafa, but like, we do have a hostage. Hello? I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Am I wrong? Like...
Oh, it's you. Barbed Head. You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Belieb, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her.
Did just say I wanted to do some regicide, yeah. Of course I'm not. Since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say.
Very well.
And there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Miss Inmi. That probably means she isn't a rebel.
Is this about poor Puree? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now.
But what about Maya? She's innocent.
Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Puree.
Miss Inmi, you don't really believe that Maya's the killer, do you?
I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do?
Verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found.
How can you be so sure?
Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened.
So you're defending her purely or solely based on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused.
That's right.
All right then. Your faith has moved me. I'll tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Belieb? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Koreanism. As such, she's not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you've lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all of your disciples for the next 8 generations.
Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Photo of the High Priest. Wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Since Maya's in it, it must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Miss Inmi about it.
To think that this would be their final family photo. That no-good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is, posing with the 2 men whom she would soon kill.
I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them.
And that smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it.
I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal.
Barbed Head. It appears you're quite fond of rummaging through the garbage.
I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here.
Oh, is that right?
Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in here. Pictures of the Queen and her husband, the Justice Minister of Khura'in.
Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air?
Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use.
Well,
Yes, they're very awe-inspiring. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple?
About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Puree collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear?
And he'd been living here ever since? 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Khura'in.
Yes. He was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as a disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family, too.
I see. This is where Acolyte Zealot lived. Might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Oh, cool, thank you. Can I ask you about this photo?
It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held.
Feast of Blessings. Would you mind telling me a little more about it?
This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings.
Feast of Blessings.
Yes. It is forbidden it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite. So the day before it's performed, we enjoyed dishes of full...
Ginchil? Gingil?
An herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You loved the Ginjil-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear?
Ginjil? I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some.
Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite. And only between noon and 3 p.m.
That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong?
A very good guess indeed. It's to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcome the next day.
Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, overwhelming odor was all over town. It's like a cross between garlic and mint. Ugh.
After the Feast of Blessings, Puree went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him.
What was Maya doing at the time?
Shortly after Puree left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that.
So Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over.
Puree always prayed a lot. Far more than anyone I've ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others.
I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. Thought I'd have made some progress by now. I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here.
You seem disappointed.
Miss Inmi, is there anything else you could tell me?
Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head.
Yes, I understand. Pray loves to pray, yeah. I know I've been pronouncing it wrong, but... Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
We have paid a visit to all the people and places connected with this case. I think it's about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you?
Nope, nothing here. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today.
I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess.
Praise a lot in Zealot, yeah.
Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do.
I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow.
It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just...
Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see.
Okay.
You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence.
It's only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you two a good talk before you depart from this world.
Sorry, but we're not giving up yet. And we won't till the bitter end.
There's no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. And then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her.
Wait. Not her attempt at comforting me?
Barbed head. Further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that's been passed upon you.
He obviously doesn't know me very well.
And then perhaps your sentence will be commuted. And... Oh, hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that?
Maya, what are you...
What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to naught. No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough! There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong.
Ooh boy, that's gotta hurt.
Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your real duty?
That was not Maya's voice, that was Rafa's voice. Whoops.
What is your real duty, your true duty? Do the victims' souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? You dare bring Her Holiness's name into this. You know nothing, you phony baloney.
Please, you two, enough already.
Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. . That's not really like me, huh?
No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner.
Ugh. How dare you mock me so? You'll not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you.
See straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things. It's just the way she was raised, I guess. You try to remember what happened one more time?
I've been trying as hard as I can. But I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward.
Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a blank.
Even so, I didn't kill anyone. And I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kinda cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there.
Right. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot?
We met several times during the meetings about the rite. But I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet.
Didn't you eat together the day before the rite?
Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldoon's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, then let it simmer for a really long time.
Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point.
Now I miss ramen too.
So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating?
He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray.
And what did you do?
Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite.
That coincides with Miss Inmi's description of events. Sorry, give me a sec. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira?
When the rite started, it was just me and Abbott and me.
The seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira.
I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh.
Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum.
But what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings.
That's from the Plumed Punisher TV show, right?
How'd you know?
Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings.
Oh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in Khura'in?
Can we please stop talking about the Plumed Punisher show for a sec, Maya?
I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks.
Well, I should get going now.
Sorry I wasn't any help.
Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. And we'll go grab dinner at Eldoon's, or your favorite burger joint. You pick.
Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large Hamburg steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds.
You can have whatever you like. First, I have to beat the charges.
I almost forgot.
What is it?
I have a favor to ask.
Okay, but why are we whispering?
I'm not whispering. I'm just being as loud as I was. I forgot. I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting it and holding on to it for me?
Sure, so what's this super important thing?
In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets.
That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around?
Nick, you know me. You know that I leave shit lying around.
Explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose.
Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops. Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret.
Tome of Secrets contains secrets. Imagine that.
What are you two whispering about?
Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it.
You're up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you.
Fuck this country. I have no respect for this country. We better be leaving immediately. Either that, or we better just absolutely topple this government. Oh, whoops, I skipped past dialogue. Hello? Anyone home? Lady Kira's real name is Believe in Me? No answer. Miss Inmi's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for.
I'm watching you like a warbot, barbed head. You'd better not steal anything.
Never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for.
Then get on with it.
You would, or I would if you'd stop interrupting me. Ah, here's Maya's bag.
What is that strange patch on her bag?
It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. Sorry, give me a sec. It's the Steel Samurai. He's a hero of an action show, yep. I love how they didn't even bother reorchestrating this. This is literally just the same soundbite that they've used since Ace Attorney 1. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it.
I see. He looks strikingly similar to the Plumed Punisher.
They are similar, but Steel Samurai definitely came first.
I see. How interesting.
Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. Must be a common thread between Plumed Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plumed Punisher fan? I digress. I'd better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about.
Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now?
Hold on a sec. The string around it's coming undone. Whoops. Oh.
Ah, you fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind!
Relax, my hand just slipped.
This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out.
Alright, this book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your Benevolence, would you mind if I asked you some questions?
This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you.
Oh, can't you make an exception?
If you insist. Nanya. What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestesses in the purification rite.
Very important. What's written inside?
Yes, I see. Really? Is it all right to reveal that?
Your Benevolence?
Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name.
True name. Is the name really that important of a secret?
To a Kurayanist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know.
What's so important about a name?
Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. Ugh. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's fate, or face and name.
Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize but don't know their name. Makes it impossible to get their attention.
Indeed. You must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Kurayanism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use.
Queen has a secret art?
It's something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. In Kurayanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it.
I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Did you tell me about the secret art of the queen you spoke of?
Come again?
Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right?
It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you.
I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it.
A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique.
Third rate. Third rate's a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second.
You're a third-rate lawyer with the fourth-rate deck. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face.
What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right?
Well now, I see you've done your homework.
Oh, I guess I studied a bit. Exodia! Obliterate!
With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It's quite a magnificent power, is it not?
Never seen her eyes light up like this before. I'd imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times.
Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit that's brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time? Between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled?
Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. And that is why we've never been invaded, and how we have maintained our unique culture.
So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics.
It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there's been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother.
Legal immigrants?
Yes, it's becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Koreanism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who've been driven from their own lands.
Dubious nature, driven from their own land. Aspen Payne definitely fit that bill. They sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence?
I am but the royal priestess. There's still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability.
So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's.
You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you?
Don't be ridiculous.
It's written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination seance was once one of the most important roles fulfilled by the queen. And that's what my mother taught me when I was little.
Queen can perform the dance of devotion? That'd be a sight to see. In before case 5.
Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Wow, I'm losing my voice a little bit.
Give my ignorance, your benevolence.
You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Khura'in.
Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to.
I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down.
Looks like she actually has something in common with Maya.
Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than stand here and talk about spirit channeling.
That's true. Doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium...
Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira?
I guess she saw that one coming.
Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace.
Of course.
My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Khura'in would personally battle the insurgents? And this is precisely what makes you third-rate.
Ugh. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him! Don't let him escape! Yes, this is my first time playing this.
What is all that racket? What? An escaped prisoner is serviced here in town.
Escaped prisoner. It's like 98% blind. I've seen bits and pieces, but not a lot. I know that the clown girl is in this game. That's about it. Escaped prisoner. You mean that guy with the bushy beard?
There's no reason to panic. The police are on his trail.
No longer a suspect. You might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look.
Wait!
Me, miny. Hey, Lord Dude, I goes finding the truth, yeah. How are you doing the realm out on guard? You know, that's actually really funny. We're, over on my friend Vivian's channel, we're almost, we just started Turnabout Big Top, last night. Ow, my aching back. Forgot how badly I'd injured it. Ow, ow, ow. Need to do some stretching and exercise when I get back home.
Ah, Mr. Wright.
Feeling refreshing like spring breeze naturally. Nice. Hey, Albie. That's a rebel. Have you seen... ow, 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 ow.
Are you alright, sir?
1 second. You seen that escaped prisoner around here?
Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area.
Disappeared in this area? Couldn't have taken the air... or taken to the air again, could he?
Barbed Head! I told you to wait!
It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. A Rebel could be lurking nearby.
What sort of princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me?
She's fearless, I'll give her that. Can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. Definitely not the very conspicuous open manhole cover. If I were an escaped prisoner, now where would I hide? This is very, like... This reminds me of that one bit in Professor Layton where you go in the sewers. A manhole cover. It's open.
Whoa! What is it, Shadow?
Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? Do a really good kid voice, thank you. I wonder. Did Shadow track Mr. A Rebel if he had something with the Rebel's scent on it?
I don't know.
I've got something with Mr. A Rebel's scent on it. Something he might have touched. Oh, I don't have the note? Here, Shadow. How about this? Hope it works. He's picked up the scent. Mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit?
By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy.
Your benevolence. I'm heading down the manhole now. Could be dangerous, so please wait here.
Wait.
Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about.
That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there.
Oh, are you worried about me?
No. I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you had simply withdrawn from this case, they might commute your sentence.
Doing this to prove Maya innocent.
But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She's already been found guilty.
I can't believe Apollo's brain damage got, like, psychically transmitted to Phoenix. Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Clearly, they should have named the dog Missile, yeah. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see.
Okay.
I believe in her. She says she's innocent, and that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's what we do.
You lame brain. Do what you will.
Have I played Ghost Trick? I have played Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick fucks. I love that game. I was telling Vivian 2 weeks ago when we were playing Ace Attorney that, like, she needs to play Ghost Trick because Ghost Trick is so good. Well, I'm going in. Apollo's brain damage is contagious, yeah. Let's go, Shadow.
Be careful.
Wait, come back here. Hand me my shovel. I'm going in. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Ah! Oh, Phoenix gets brain damage. Ugh. Ow, 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 ow. Happened. Down into the manhole and then... Oh, he finally came to? Ah! I remember that face anywhere. A dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. Be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. Yikes. Alright, got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Who does this man remind me of? Ew. Thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? Also, how the fuck are you doing that? It's the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. It's him. That's a rebel, yeah. But right now we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? Law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, just like you. Ryan's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer? See that coming. But I don't suppose they'll be coming around here anymore. Won't? Planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being handed by the cops and all that. I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I like the picture of Rafa's mom with a kukri shoved in her skull. I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Khura'in. Wait a second. Oh my god. That face is a horrifying. That's a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? Tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad.
So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Trust in Me and his acolyte Pure Zealot. Pure Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if I'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I don't know how true that really is. This guy's stupid fucking smile. There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the Queen. Kinda reminds you of your older brother. Guess the rebels really hate her. Better remember to stay on their good side. Incense and white flowers. Flowers are still fresh. Must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Rebel? Something wrong with flowers? Oh no. It's just a traditional thing here in Khura'in. Pay no mind. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. Here's one that looks really old. Oh my god, is that a fucking Apollo and Nayuta? Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Oh, fuck. Are they fucking brothers? Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center. He doesn't look so evil. Both of his sons. Kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yudi. Yeah, but you know him as Prosecutor Sadmati. Prosecutor Sadmati is Dirk's son? That he is. Yudi was once a rebel, too. He used to really respect his old man. Both as a father and as a lawyer. Why'd he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. Count of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yudi decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. Never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. There's battling to change Khura'in's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. They all thought Yudi was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. Yo! Holy shit, that's a big raid. Hi Viv, how are you doing? The raid noise played over on my end. But yeah, for those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Maddie. I'm a variety streamer. I play lots of RPGs, lots of visual novels. Viv and I have been playing Ace Attorney over on their stream. A little bit as well. But yeah, Big Cat. Yeah, I like playing visual novels. I'm a Celeste speedrunner from time to time.
And I've been told that I have a really nice voice.
We were sure he'd help overthrow Garen one day, but as you've seen, he now used the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself. So he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. I've been bonked. My hat probably covered that up completely, actually. But yeah, what were you streaming, Viv? What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. Ocarina of Time and Hollow Knight again? Name's Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet really is Apollo.
Desktop audio muted in OBS. It is. It was a rascal, that one. His voice could shake the entire room. Gotten lost. Need to research things. Did you end up with using the rando map mod that I told you about? I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere else. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. It's so nice, isn't it? Considering how far he's come. Mr. Rebel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Oh my god, game, really? Are you fucking kidding me? Wow, that has got to be the single, like... I can't believe they actually managed to shoehorn a fucking Apollo Justice, his full name, in that line. Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. The whole game was building up to this one pun. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. Never lost that loud voice, though. Hey, Viv, are you still here? Because Viv, if you're still here, look at these names. We got I'll Be Your Guide, Trust in Me, Pray Zealot, Believe in Me, and That's a Rebel. Yeah, there was a guy in the first case named Peace, Love, and Understanding. This game has been a goldmine, yeah. What are those hanging there? Lizards? If so, they're pretty big. Those are sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer. Welcome in, Ross the Affirmation Atheist. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, before he was known as That's a Rebel, his name was Anon Inmus. You thought the Phoenix Wright names were bad? To be fair, this is the worst they get. There was also... Okay, the Great Ace Attorney also has a guy named Curio Correcta, but... like, that one's an outlier. Yeah, Anon Inmus, or Anon Imus TBD. Yeah, I forgot about the TBD. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating. Wait, you eat these? What else did you do with them? Here, try one. Pass, I'll definitely pass. Doing well, just came out to your mom and she gave you so much love. That's awesome. It's always good to hear about stuff like that. Congratulations. You're missing out on a fine treatment, man. Somehow I think I'll live without it. You guys get electricity?
Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. That's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me. Sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Did I asked? Afraid of what I might find. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Rebel. Guys as big as strong as me? Got even bigger appetites. You know, this guy's smile is so goofy looking. I love it. Most of the main stuff for DGS tends to be Holmes related. Yeah. There's not really a whole lot of uns for the most part in the DGS names. Like, there are still some, but they're fewer and farther between because the DGS stuff takes itself like moderately more seriously. They got even bigger appetites, you know? Just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Sorry if I offended you. First, let's start with an appetizer. Appetizer is a drink, buddy, not an apple. It's a drink made of apple. And it's awesome, actually. Where's he getting all those apples from? Want to join me, Mr. Lawyerman? Got plenty of sewer lizards, too. Thanks, but I already ate. There's a ladder leading underground. You must have brought me in through here. But there's no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Rebel has to say. Can I look at the spider? Can't look at the spider. DGS's focus is more on English colonial racism rather than goof. Real. Wish I had his metabolism. Also real. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Some kind of sign? Yep, that was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but that was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. Why do you have a vampire outfit? That coat yours, Mr. Rebel? He has infinite apples instead of infinite fish and chips. Belongs to the rebel leader, Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Wanna try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course, that would look great on you. But don't mind if I do. He stole the infinite birdseed code from Kudo. Yeah. Ah, it smells all moldy. Can't believe he fell for it. That thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. Is this a law book? Dragon's mark has been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? Leader of the rebels. That Dirk? Yeah, we already went over that, buddy. That mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. Pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section of the Defense Culpability Act. He must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. Practically wore out the entire section. I already did inspect the dartboard. It's already been inspected. Because, like, they must really hate the queen.
Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. Banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it. Okay then. Where were you when you came back after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already done. Must have been out cold the entire time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all. You got that right. Why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, I do not like your lips. About that. I didn't remember a thing. I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. You even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. Definitely my bad. Doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is that you were at the scene of the crime, but you weren't involved in it. Got it. Perjury. No, perjury only exists in like perjury only exists in the Great Ace Attorney and occasionally when the devs really want it to be a big deal. So Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law and mighty as a dragon. Perjury exists only when it's convenient, yeah. You strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. Even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You've gotta be kidding me. Most important of all, he'd never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. That what you meant by will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it, actually. Your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Mighty like a dragon, pirate, Yakuza in Hawaii. It's a crossover between Yakuza and Mighty Number 9. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Well, gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please wait. I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? Mighty number 9 out of 10. Try like mighty number 9 out of 100. God, I have a physical of that game, and that game fucking blows. The best part about that game is the DLC where you play as literally anybody other than Beck. Because the gameplay of that is just like, what if, and hear me out, you sprint past everything. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. That High Priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of Khura'in like I'm doing. Holy shit. Ah, Psyche locks. Mr. Rebel's hiding something. I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Rebel? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. Just have to use my Magatama on him, then.
Take that!
I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? Keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. That high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garen regime. Hang on, you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. This is the only thing that we have that was from this room. Oh yeah, the flowers were also in this room, weren't they? I forgot about that. Whoops.
Take that! Take that!
I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Khura'in. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well? Hey ho! Hey, you're not Jack Frost. Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just Khura'in's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? Reading into this too much. I told you I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. Tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. How exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. This one?
Take that!
Found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? Ugh. They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Ugh. You ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyerman. I admit it, I requested the grub. I was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? My face plastered all over the place. I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. Well, I just took advantage of my former comrades and got some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. Tell just by looking at you. White-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside you. It's,
Take that!
Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It's Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. You wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Hoo-ha! Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. Please tell me it's the attorney's badge.
Take that!
Yes! When a person's back is against a wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside you too. Oh, whoops. Fast forwarding through his animations is awful, but I love it. Plan to take you out if you turned out to be one on the side of the Royals. But I think I can trust you. Just looked at your spoiler log. Looks like you shuffled Frog Song Awards. Oof. I'm sorry, Viv. But I think I can trust you. I believe I was that close to getting shanked there. It's like you said. I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner, and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen my fair share of lawyers get pardoned. After weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm gonna keep fighting till the end. Yeah, and I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? Did you get the secret hideout key from Helper? Secret hideout? Yep, I'm supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. The town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb's actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. Can't say any more than that. Anyway, hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. Being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. I see. A Dragon Ball? Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms, fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick up my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya's suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me, but whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops. She's been watching us like a hawk, framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk, framing you for crimes. Why would anyone go to all that trouble? The kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you for sympathizing with the rebellion. They resort to framing people for things they didn't do. That Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Garen regime. Ow. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? It's supposed to say that Maddie just spit all over her phone. Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. I'd watch it if I were you. You got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. We was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Garen regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think.
Okay, get you some food and have a good sleep. Viv, thanks again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Sending you lots of loves.
Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Fortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. Ugh, I know the feeling. I bring this up in court, they probably dismiss it out of hand. I have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of that evil no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's lawbook. DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. It happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law. The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began.
It happened long before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it.
Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you.
He was?
Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. That's how the DC Act was first passed. This guy's voice is just going down and down. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. Significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. And like what I've been doing? Right. That's like Dirk used to say. Royal Priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. See what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep. The insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned.
As a royal priestess, it's my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I'll prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe.
What I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. Become a dictatorship where the royals use fear of trumped-up charges to rule. That's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that one come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the Fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel. You're not gonna do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see you. Alley-oop. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. Enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. Ew, finally got out of there.
Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you.
Shadow, what happened to him anyway?
He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. I'm sorry he wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth?
Oh, I tripped and fell down there. Must have been out cold for a while. Or keep things to myself for now.
I figured as much.
Find that secret hideout Mr. Rebel was talking about. I should probably start with the places that have something to do with the High Priest. So, clearly the High Priest was, like, high up, because he has one of these... Oh. Had one of these. It's gone. It was right here in the, thing. It's right there in the picture.
Barbed Head, you already searched here, did you not?
Oh, I just thought I'd look around again. Nope, in case I missed something? I shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home. Leave no stone unturned.
Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one.
Actually, I don't have a clue. It's written all over your face. The light went out. Statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look. It's the eye. Hey, this eye is missing.
What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason.
Sorry. That shape. I wonder.
Take that!
I knew it. I called this! Holy shit, I can't believe I actually called this.
What?
Must be at a loss for words. That doesn't happen too often. Yeah, I called that, like, immediately, by the way.
What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head.
I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. I'm shocked there's a secret door here. I imagine that goes double for Rafa.
A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum. Somebody will pay for this.
Well, for now, I think we'll have a look around.
Wait, you must not enter before the police.
Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. At least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see?
Fine. Just stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police.
Wow, I tripped over that really badly. Of course. Now, shall we?
I will go no further.
Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles.
Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering.
Oh, well, thank you. Why am I thanking her?
I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your on your part. I'll be watching you like a warbod from the entrance here.
Told you I'm not gonna do anything. Better hurry before she changes her mind. Nope, not present.
I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water.
Makes sense. Rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. What about that warbot revolving door? Wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space.
To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It is desecration upon Kuraianism itself. The defiant dragon shall pay for this.
I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. I think I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots.
Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission.
Was really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it'll go. She won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now, to search in every nook and cranny.
Barbed Head!
Wait, I have a funny idea.
Barbed Head! Just because it's hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things.
No idea how that sounded. It probably sounded awful, but... I'll reread that. Like, actually next to my microphone.
Barbed Head, just because it's hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things.
It worked very well, actually. I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Did it sound like I was yelling it from across the room? Weapons, and lots of them too.
Oh, we're lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head.
Oh, thanks. It did. Rebellion ever happens. I hope it's bloodless. Wait, is this a cart with a crossbow mounted to it? Why? That's such an inefficient way to use a crossbow. If you want to do that, make it a big make it a ballista, not just a normal crossbow.
How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred place? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once.
Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything?
This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will.
Your benevolence. I thought you're not supposed to come in here.
Ugh.
She's definitely doing that pouting sprite as well. Once the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. Something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Someone trying to record something with it. this is the water source that supplies the Inner Sanctum's spring. Flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside.
Lady Kira uses the sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body.
It's also not red like the water in the spring. Oh, there's blood back here, too. Imagine her stomping a tantrum like a tiny child. Yeah, she would. Looks like an order from Dirk.
What's this? Let me see that.
I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here.
This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother!
What? What does it say?
It's an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume. And search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk.
23 years ago? You must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand.
This will not do. I must warn my mother at once.
No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Inmi is no longer able to aid the rebels.
I knew that.
Large stone slab, shaped like a magatama. It's rather unstable. It'd tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy, grass-like smell?
It's the smell of the moss that covers the stone.
Jubstis. Hey, Lobster, how are you doing? Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. Looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. Wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! Slab's starting to wobble.
What's happening? What have you done to the sacred space?
Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. Knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Look,
What is it, Barbed Head?
it's a plumed Punisher clock. Also, how am I starting to hit my stride like this late into stream? We're running into overtime on stream, but
It's a plumed Punisher clock. Wait, I believe it's a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head.
she snatched it away from me. For what she says, Rayfa's definitely a huge fan.
What a fine item. And the switch. If I'm right,
It's the Plumed Punisher theme song.
yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plumed Punisher fans.
That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. There's a Plume Punisher calendar here. Is it just weird that it's literally just the Still Samurai theme in a minor key? Plume Punisher calendar here.
Now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based off of the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira.
I doubt that's it. What's this? A bloodstain. I should probably try to figure out what happened in here.
Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive.
Police. Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these.
I thought it might help your investigation.
I was wondering why we never used this.
Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport.
Luminol testing fluid. Actually, might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. Even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. Might help figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red tinted glasses on to see the luminol's glow. Then just press A wherever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. Apparently this isn't blood. Oh, there we go. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here.
And perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in here from under the Warbod statue.
Definitely a lot of blood here. Must be strawberry jam. It's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh right, luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it. Didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Because the Warbod revolving door passed over it? Well, I think that about covers everything here. I want to look at the chain.
Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police.
Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that.
It's your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently.
What's the highest pitch I can go with girl voice without it sounding weird? Probably about where Rafe is at.
I can kind of go up here, but this is about as high as I can get before it starts getting, like, really, really unstable. And honestly, way up here isn't even that stable as well. It takes a lot of effort to do this. Sorry.
Or falsetto, girl voice. I don't know if I would consider that falsetto, but...
Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough?
Guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Statue door rotates when you pull this chain.
I see. Then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. That will deprive the insurgents of access to this place.
Wouldn't that trap me in here?
Not to worry. I would come to visit you once a year.
Okay, that's actually kind of cute. She's actually serious. See, it's very clearly, like... It's very clear that Rafa does somewhat like Phoenix. But the only reason that she's, like, you know, not nice to him is that, A, her, like, language of, you know... Her language of showing, like, you know, that she likes somebody is being an ass. She likes teasing people. She's a tsundere, yeah. Oh, I didn't show Viv Temple, I forgot. Because we were right in the middle of a scene.
Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go?
Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive.
No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head.
What don't you understand?
Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods.
What? Who told you that?
My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be.
Yeah, exactly. She's... Okay. Here's the thing. I can kind of understand why people don't like Rafa. Because she's made to be grating on purpose. However, if you look just one layer deeper, it's like, yeah, clearly she's been, like... I was thinking about this the other night, like... The whole reason that Rafa is so, like, abrasive is because Phoenix literally rocks up and is like, hey, what if I destroy your entire belief system? Hear me out. What if everything you thought about your life was incorrect?
No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose.
If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. Yeah, exactly. Like, she is not completely callous as well, which lends a bit of depth to her character because, like, she's not, like... What's the best way to phrase it? She's not like, I am always right. She's operating under the false assumption of, she's not asserting that she's always right. She's operating under the false assumption that she always needs to be right. And so that's why, and she's genuinely concerned about, like, potentially getting shit wrong once the possibility is, you know, opened to her. She's not one-dimensional. Yeah, like, basically everything that I had seen about Rafa previous to playing this, I hadn't seen much. I'm mostly blind to this game, but most of what I'd seen about Rafa is literally people saying, like, she's awful and she doesn't have any character, but she does have a lot of character. It's just buried a little bit deeper than 99% of other people are gonna, like, it's buried deeper than most people look at games like this, which is dumb, and I hate that people don't look deeper into characters. I love character analysis. It's great. People don't ask, like, why is a character like the, like, why are they like they are? You know? What made them like this? And if you're reading a good story, you know, usually there's an answer. Lobster is this way because of reasons, TM. Yeah, I feel that. So am I.
What is it? Timmy fell down a well. Prosecutor Sadmati has need of me.
What's going on?
I must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealot. It's our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before the trial begins.
I see.
The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson.
It's like the Royal Priestess is back with a vengeance. Made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, Your Benevolence.
Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You'll not look so confident when I'm finished with you tomorrow.
Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence.
Why don't we go over everything you know so far?
Alright. Let's see here. God, ugh. I'm not usually one that gets, like, a bit eked out by these, but that specifically is just in such a bad spot. Ugh. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger. Maya's fingerprints were found on it.
That doesn't sound very good.
I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I like that she's got the steel samurai watch that Maya traded for the little bangle. Not the peach tattoo. Bro was so proud of his ass he had it tattooed on his neck. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Khura'in.
None of that sounds very helpful.
Oh, but I did hear something interesting. The rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister.
What? Really?
Billy?
Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow people to be controlled by fear and violence.
Albie, that sounded like something a rebel might say.
It does? But if that Lady Kira is one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya.
Fortunately, I have no way of proving it in court.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There's a bloodstain inside. I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though.
Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists.
This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart.
What I mean is that hideout would be important to your case.
Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Ugh. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence.
We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial.
Princess Rayfa's divination seance might be my only hope. Be some new information in it that might help.
The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused.
Not always. Right, it's like Dirk used to say. Royal Priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence.
Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir.
Divination seances worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Khura'in find it strange.
Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. Can't afford to lose this next one. I collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. So it's definitely the wife. Rayfa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. especially if she might be framing Maya under the assumption that Maya is also a rebel, thinking about it. Either that, or Maya might be getting framed to fuck with Phoenix for interfering in the first trial. I could see that also being a motive. But that is going to be where I end for tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you to everybody, and I mean everybody, there's a lot of you, who stuck around after the raid. I really, really, really appreciate it. I'm trying to think of what else my spiel is. Exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Discord. Exclamation point socials if you want to check out my VODs channel and my Blue Sky where I post my art. Maya would definitely join the Rebels because she was offered a lifetime supply of burgers. Another cliffhanger. Yeah, and you want to know the best part, Barrick? It's another cliffhanger that's probably not going to be resolved tomorrow. Just due to the fact that my voice tonight was not holding up for the first little bit, and so I don't want to push it. I'm probably going to be hoarse tomorrow. I don't want... Okay. Full disclosure, when I streamed Dual Destinies, I definitely strained my voice while I did Dual Destinies. And so I'm trying my best to not have a repeat of Dual Destinies. As much as I loved that game destroyed my voice. So, give me just a sec, and we will find someone to raid. It's always funny seeing what pose my my VTuber model will get stuck in when I turn off my tracking. Yeah, raid message is you, Poke. Here you go. Add emotes to that if you wish. I'm personally a fan of using the animated Angie emote, but you know what? Arrear's been popping in and out the last little bit. Let's go poke Arrear. Arrear's doing a Link to the Past stuff. Link to the Past rando. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope to see you here, here tomorrow for whatever I end up doing. I don't think I'm gonna be doing, Link to the Past. But, otherwise, have a good one, and take care, everyone.